Greetings, my excellent friends. It is time to take on the Tree Man himself, Ambassador Quercus Alba. An interesting character. I like him a lot. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like this game as much. Similar to Apollo Justice, this game and Apollo Justice, they come out after the trilogy, and everybody, the prevailing consensus at the time, and certainly with a lot of people, is that they don't shape up to the original trilogy. They were, grasping at straws. One of them with a new character, one of them with an established character, trying to keep the series going. Everybody likes Ace Attorney Investigations too, but yeah, the rest of the post-trilogy ones, there's plenty of people that like them, but there's plenty of people that don't. One of the things people point out as a detriment to this one is Alba, because to some people he's just a boring old man who takes forever to put down, and he also kind of comes out of nowhere, whereas the game sort of gets you very attached in a negative way to Callisto U, and then she ends up being the Disc 1 villain of Case 5. I don't know, I just think diplomatic immunity is a really fun thing to throw into a lore game. I think it's an interesting spin on, because like they do this shit in Ace Attorney 1 with Red White and Damon Gant, where it's like, oh, they're above the law because they have all this like power over the courts, and that's good because it's not just as simple as playing fair. You have to beat someone who plays dirty, and this is like an even more extreme version of that. It's like, it's not that he has dirt on everybody, it's that he is in a legal tangle so miserable that you have to do everything exactly right and flip the script a little in order to reach a situation in which you can actually hold him accountable for literally anything, despite the fact that he's already admitted that he killed somebody in his own office. That's what I love. It's the fact that he just fucking says it, and he can, and he gets away with that. That's really fun. Anyway. So yeah, I love this case. I love Quercus Alba as a concept, and I think Ace Attorney 1, while not as good as its successor, that has absolutely nothing to say about the quality of this game. That just talks about the quality of the second. It's like, it's like saying The Empire Strikes Back is better than A New Hope or Return of the Jedi. But you're not saying a bad thing about episodes 4 and 6 when you say that. You know what I mean? It's just that 5's real good. I don't remember enough about Apollo Justice to say whether I'll, rate it high, low, or whatever, but I know with this game I like it better than some people tend to like it. Yes. I also like that he's like presents as this frail old man, and then all of a sudden he turns into this iron wall, and all he does is stand up. A lot of characters in this game have that whole two modes thing, where when they turn into a villain, they suddenly change their personality. Cam Emil was a bit the same way when she finally woke up. And then there's Callisto U with the whole disguise thing. But yeah, I always like a character that does that. I knew going in that I was just gonna like have him sound completely different. I was just gonna start with like the withered old man voice that has like no power in it, like it's breath. It's just breath. But then as soon as he stands up, suddenly he sounds 30 years younger. I do think that they maybe could have layered him into the case the first half a bit better, because like he has like 2 scenes in the first half and he doesn't matter at all, and then all of a sudden you go to his office and oh, he's the villain now. The investigation games feel out of place because the trilogy established Japanese law and court system as ruthless. Lots of innocent people go to jail because of the 99% conviction rate. And then this game makes it sound like it's really hard to ever get these people arrested. Well, the thing is, from the perspective of the defense attorney, you're constantly finding innocent people getting arrested, as you say, innocent people put on trial. From the perspective of Edgeworth, post-character development, like, it doesn't feel out of place to me at all, because you can see Lang and even Franziska constantly accusing the first person they see, putting up absolutely no due diligence, and just being fully willing to take them off to jail. The only reason that doesn't happen is because Edgeworth does not want to do that anymore. And admittedly, in the flashback case, he's also doing it, but, you know, that's... that one's awkward because of the fact that his development is gone, but it's part of this game, therefore it's going to still operate under the same rules. Like, yeah, that one's a hard one, but, like, under the idea, it's like, okay, so... if this were a Phoenix Wright game, or if Edgeworth were a defense attorney, Case 5 would be about Kay in the detention center being accused of the murders at the embassy, and then you would investigate it that way. Instead, Edgeworth just happens to be there before the arrest happens, and that's why it all happens there. The reason why it's so hard to get these villains put down for the crimes that they're actually committing is the same reason that they didn't get arrested in the defense attorney games. It's just happening at a different point along the journey. Like, I don't feel like that's a disconnect at all, because the people that are incredibly difficult to nail are they're the same people that weren't getting arrested. So to say, oh, it's so weird that it's so hard to get people arrested in this game when it's so easy to get them arrested in the other games, not really, because both games have in common the thread of real culprits who have put thought into what they have done, generally speaking, put one over these surface level investigators who just want to find the easiest person to put the bag onto and haul them away. Yeah, just have a Phoenix Wright game where he fucking represents all of the criminals that... No, but it would be interesting to do, like, a dual protagonist game where you not necessarily, like, the defense attorney then undoes the prosecutor's work, but, like, it would be interesting to try and reconcile those two approaches together. Not under the Ace Attorney umbrella necessarily, but, like, imagine if there was a prosecutor and a defense attorney version of every case, and you had to sort of, like, pick which one to go with. It's like, do you want to convict this person, or do you want to acquit them? And then you can do both, and the question of whether they're guilty or not is something that you find out for, like, sure when it's too late to change your mind. So you have to make your choice early, and then you keep on investigating, and if it turns out you're wrong, you still have to commit to doing your job. I don't know, I'm not a game developer, but there's something there. Anyway, my point is, I enjoy Ace Attorney Investigations. Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is way better. I am going to play that. Let's see, how long did it take me to play this? January, February? About 2 months. Yeah, I'll be able to fit Ace Attorney Investigations 2 in probably Like we are going to do something else in the meantime, but certainly like April, May, haha, or June, July, we'll play the second one because it's unironically the best thing that the series has ever put out. Shame it's the only one that never came out in the West, but also, as I've said before, I don't want it to, because if it does now, they'll have to redo the localization, and I'm already too fond of the fan one. We don't need more. That's why I'm playing them like this. Because like every other piece, right, has come out in Steam, right? So the smart thing would be, oh, you should just wait 2 years, and then maybe this will come out in Steam as well, and it'll look cooler. Yeah, but I don't want to play a different localization. I want to play this one. So we're going to play them here. Anyway. Yeah, I've never played the Mothers. From what I can tell, Mothers 1 and 3 don't exist, or maybe Mother 1 does, but Earthbound was a cult classic niche game over here on the SNES. Therefore, I was, too young. I've seen it played. I've heard a lot about it. It looks weird and quirky. And then Mother 3 was a Game Boy Advance sequel that never gets localized. Apparently, the main reason, obviously, it's not officially known because you don't have Nintendo fully spelling it out, but it has a lot to do with the fact that the music is apparently very sus. Like it's they released music in that game that is not it's not plagiarism, but it's like an homage, tribute, sample, whatever of like Beatles songs, and the absolute legal headache that would be has kept the game from seeing Western shores for decades. Earthbound Beginnings, God, that's such a yeah, of course it is. Yeah, from all I've heard, it's a very popular series. It looks. It's not got an aesthetic that I generally feel super comfortable in. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Um, I get a similar vibe to it than I get from Undertale. Where I'm just like, I don't know that I feel comfortable in a universe that looks and feels like this. I've also heard stories about Earthbound's anti-piracy measure. How if you play a certain cracked version of Earthbound that has tripped the fail safe or whatever, and they haven't fixed that, the game does not like outwardly and openly break on you, but instead it just gets slowly and progressively more agonizingly annoying by increasing enemy encounter rate and shit, until eventually the game is hard coded to crash halfway through the final boss, so you can never finish it. Undertale started as an Earthbound ROM hack. That does not surprise me at all. Yeah, no, I know they're different games, and I've always said that my problem with Undertale has been like the gameplay with the bullet hell stuff, and that's true. But I never loved the aesthetic either. It's just this similar vibe that I get from things like South Park and Rick and Morty, almost. Like there's this certain type of cartoon that extends to certain types of video games as well, that I find uncomfortable in a way I can't quite describe. It's not as simple as graphics bad, because I know like graphics of something like Earthbound, like they're all pixely, and that's no real different from a Final Fantasy. But there's just something about that bothers me that doesn't bother me in the other ones, and it's the same sort of bother I feel with those other properties I mentioned. I don't know what it is. I should start this game. End Part 2. I don't know how long this will be, because there's only 2 sections left, and they don't look that long in, like, the spoiler-free guide, which tells... it's basically a list of all of the actions I have to take. And I don't know, because there was another really short one that wound up still taking, like, 2.5, 3 hours. So... I have no idea. I shouldn't use this, really. I should use the transcript to gauge how long something's going to take, but I find this easier to look over because it all fits on a page. Not that I... But yeah, perhaps one day I will play The Mothers. I know I'm never really going to take Undertale on, and part of that is because my completionist nature is at odds with the fact... Yeah, honestly, Undertale is just like a recipe for disaster with me, because I also don't like metafiction that grabs you, the player, by the shoulders and drags you too deeply into the world. I respect it and admire it from a distance. I just feel uncomfortable being the person. Like, I'll never play Doki Doki Literature Panic, or whatever the fuck it's called. And I don't... See, I'm a completionist, so I like to do everything in a game, right? But I would be physically unable to do the genocide route of Undertale because my brain would start blaming me for everybody's suffering. So I'm just going to be happy that that game difficulty tossed me out of finishing the one time I tried, and we'll never try again. I know what ain't for me. Hilarious enough, last time you were watching with your aunt, she instantly went, "That ambassador is the villain." Well, they don't... Yeah, I don't think any Ace Attorney game has ever really got out of its way to surprise you with who the villain is that we've played so far. It's not the same sentence as I don't think any Ace Attorney game has ever tried to surprise you with the villain at all, but certainly of the 4 that you have seen me play, have we ever had an Ace Attorney villain come out of nowhere and be like, holy shit? I guess the closest is, and I'll spoil Ace Attorney 3 here, Godot's culpability in Bridge, but even then he's not a villain, he's just... like, it's a tragedy what happened with him. Like, we're not necessarily expecting him to be the killer, but the villain of that piece is and remains Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's like, does that count? I don't know that it does. But like, yeah, the first cases will always just show you who the villain is, because it's, you know, it's less of a whodunit and more of a how do you get him. I don't... Would people be shocked that Manfred von Karma did a murder? I don't know about that. Last case of AA2. Okay, that's a good point. Mad on Guard being a flipper of the script and you know, just completely changing. I do concede that is a surprise the first time it happens to you. That case is interesting because they make absolutely no effort to hide who the killer is. But again, on that meta level, if we're saying that Dahlia is the real villain and Godot is a tragedy, well, by that same token, On Guard is definitely the villain of Farewell My Turnabout. Shelley the Killer is a tool. My favorite tool, but still, like, he's a weapon. And indeed, he gets away with it, and nobody cares. Well, Morgan in Bridge to the Turnabout is very strange because, like, she's not even really in it. Like, I think she's in a flashback or two, but she never gets, like, hauled out of prison to, like, testify or something. Or didn't she get executed? Dahlia did, but... No, Morgan, I think, is still alive at that point because she doesn't get, like, channeled or anything. It's weird how they run Morgan. Like, obviously, you're not supposed to play them out of order, but I imagine that playing 3, having not played 2, makes that very unsatisfying. Anyway. But yeah, for the most part, they don't want to shock you with who the villain is, and they don't try. And that's okay, nobody's asking for it. Sometimes it takes a while to get there, like, it's a bit into Case 4 before you notice that Callisto U is the problem, and you spend a little while thinking, well, it could be Detective Bad, it could be Callisto, but there aren't that many people it could be, just for process of elimination. Now, is it just me, or does Kay's arm look like it's part of the carpet? It looks like it's not entirely connected to her body. Anyway. March 15, 2:11 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes. And there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know.
Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
Sex Dude, hello. I did not know that you've been streaming lately. We're playing Ace Attorney Investigations 1. We're at the end, so if anybody here, as part of this raid, has a desire to remain unspoiled in the later, like the very last sections of a 2009 DS Miles Edgeworth game, run. But otherwise, I'm
Sorry, I really gotta make this one line count. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. No, that's not.
You want to turn your mic
Mr.
up as well.
Prosecutor. Sure. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
Yeah, moving into a new apartment, I think.
That's about it. Yep.
No, he'll be back later. We've just got to, let absence grow the heart a little before we get more lag. Thank you, Snip. And off he goes. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? Law! Huh. Good God, y'all! What are they good for? Absolutely nothing. If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare! Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. Trying to take on an ambassador, after all. And you did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. See, what we need to do is fall upon Polano here, because Alba only has jurisdiction for half the building. Right? Like, who has the right to kick us out of the theater? Because it's the Theatrum Neutralis, so if Alba says get out and Polano says nah, they can stay, what happens? But yeah, even if he can kick us out of the theater, he can't kick us out of Babal. If Polano plays ball, and hopefully he will, but I don't even know if he shows up. We might not even, take a look at him. But anyway, this is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Hold it! Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. right behind you. Let me just stop for a second on a freeze frame. Okay. Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir. And I have some things that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Are you allowed in? Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. I'm never going to forget that name now that it's been so closely related to a case. Theatrum Neutralis Lobby. Oh, that was it. That's it. Like, we just get rid of one piece of evidence because it's not needed anymore. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. Agitated Alba. I sense there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool! It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Damask II, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Yeah. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. We've come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Mr. Edgeworth. For such a refined gentleman, he sure does laugh like an idiot. Yes, of course. And we've got to find a way to steal the truth and get it out there, for my father's sake. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for any information I can find. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba is going to get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you are talking about. What? You don't? Aw, come on, you know what I'm talking about, that thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yeah, that's it. So hurry up and get swing already. All right. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now by just looking. However, I should be able to piece things together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason. My way to the truth. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. Okay, yeah. Come on, use logic already. I don't even know if I should. Like, we got 3 things, but we can also look around. On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francisca, all right? Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers... Yep, definitely Francisca. Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors.
There's so many bouquets here. It's like a wedding ceremony.
I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason.
What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babal, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay, then. This event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that. You got the email that your new laptop has begun shipping to your home. Is it... Is it an upgrade or just like a replacement? It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today.
I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slice! That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But, well, the Jam and Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course.
Oh, is that a fact?
That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart.
Perhaps the Jam and Ninja is just more popular with female audiences? This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I don't know. Oh, jeez, that's money. Yeah, laptops are just like... My understanding of laptops is that they are overpriced and underpowered. So... I guess the portability is really important. Yeah, that's it. Like, the portability is the only good thing about them. Everything else you're compromising for the sake of being able to pick them up and move. That's why I stopped going with laptops as well, because I don't need to. Granted, if I ever go somewhere, which I do intend to this year, I'm gonna miss it, but it's such a rarity, you know? Underpowered for their... Yeah, it's like, you know, you can still have a very powerful laptop, it's just that a very powerful laptop is going to be more expensive than the exact same amount of power put into a desktop. It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet, with an accent of chamomile.
Wow. I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Oh, look, I know that! But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. There's not so much for portability as because you have it set up next to your bed. Yeah, I can't exactly use this in bed.
Mr. Polino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Kadopia again.
Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who was always thinking of his country, is really to be admired.
Yeah. Although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kadopia are locked away.
And we will.
There's that troublemaker, standing there smack in the center, making two peace signs.
Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh, hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he! You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
Your bed is really high up? Like, just like a tall bed, or is it like abnormally, like are we talking about a bunk or something? It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one. I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. It is a bed designed to have shelves under it. Oh no. I mean, if you're used to it, sure. See, this is an irrational fear because I have never once in my life fallen off of a bed in my sleep and woken up on the fucking floor. But if that were to happen and my bed were high enough that that was, you know, an event, I mean, I'd be concerned. Rob gets it, but I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. This yellow flower here. Presumably it's the alabaster flower, right? Is it attached to this? There is a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Barbalese knife's handle, this larger one gives Alabast more presence. You fell off once! This could be the knife. In the flowers.
I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive.
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Kate, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're gonna be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating.
Let's highlight this and compare it to the alabaster knife. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife...
Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Kocher. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis. In the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Memory photo data jotted down in my organizer. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Ooh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Yeah, you can sort of say that. I can swap the camera so that you don't get the darkened version, but there is a hole. And it's the same thing. And I guess that little hole is just there to make the proof stick. Yeah, that's the missing one. Might be hard to spot from a photograph, but are we saying that nobody noticed the knife flower at the actual... Yep! That's what we're saying. Also, why is this photo here now, but it wasn't in the other 17 times we've walked through this thoroughfare? These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name?
You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. I really have a great memory.
Ha! Never underestimate my powers of recollection. I also noticed that a bunch of interactables have stopped being interactable here. Like, we can't look at the flags anymore, and we can't look at the TV. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes Tour. Et Fat. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Good old Babal. Always desperate for everybody to get inside her. Now for some logic. Never underestimate my powers of recollection, girl I forgot about for 7 years. Well, I mean, it's not that he forgot about her, like, completely for 7 years. It's just that, you know, he met her again after 7 years and forgot her then. So we have agitated Alba. There's something Alba doesn't want us to investigate. We have the Babalese Embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. And then we have Cochin used Babalese Embassy's printing press and Babalese ink to make counterfeit bills. Does... What does Alba not want us to investigate? Cochin's counterfeiting op, I would assume. Now, not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. I don't know that he wouldn't want us to investigate renovations. But would the renovations be affecting the counterfeiting op? Because if the counterfeiting op is being run from Babal, the renovations would be a problem for that. So he doesn't want us to investigate the renovations? Oh, fuck's sake! The pieces don't fit together quite right. Let's just take more damage. Alright, fine, the other two. Is this it? Or am I missing something? He told me to use logic. Oh, there it fucking is. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials, such as the Babalese ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place. Or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed is the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Gee, maybe it would be Mr. Alba. It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. It's true. cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Ms. Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polino to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primaduck statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired Damask II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin.
It's definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Barbalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the... Oh. So if he kills some... Whose soil is this? Whose soil is this? Does it default to America's? The only place that Cochin and Alba would have theoretically met would be the Theatrum Neutralis.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check out the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records, despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska.
I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents.
Security footage. Helpful. You move fast.
Evon Karma strives to be perfect in every way.
Footage of the entranceways into Babal and Alabast from the Theatrum Neutralis.
It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area?
I really hope there's something in here that we can use.
Which minute's footage should I examine? Well... Minute 21's empty, right? Not controversial at all to say that this is empty. 22 has Alba. 23 has the samurai with the cart. I don't know that there's anything about him. But my understanding of games like this is if there's a container, there's always something in the fucking container. Even if the person pushing the container doesn't know about that. Oh, can we just examine anything then? It appears that he is inspecting the person coming into the country.
Are you kidding? It's more like he's not checking the Steel Samurai. And then they gave me such a hard time.
There are certain risks involved when you give some people preferential treatment. 5:23 p.m. This is just after the end of the Steel Samurai stage show, and after I had been given that autograph.
You totally had stars in your eyes at that time, Mr. Edgeworth.
I most certainly did not.
You had stars in your eyes because of an autograph you received from that man. Miles Edgeworth, you've just lost any respect I had left for you.
I believe it's time to change the subject. There certainly is a variety of posters on this wall.
It's kind of hard to see what's written on them, so they just look festive, you know? Those are odd tourism posters for this country, although most are of Gatewater lands. I wonder if any Alabastians actually go to Gatewater land for fun. It's just really hard to imagine them hanging out there.
True, they do seem to be a nation of extremely serious people. How do you know? You've only met one and he's a douche. That was racist! It's the door connecting that hallway and this theatre. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary.
Indeed.
On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry.
Other than the fact that it's that goods for nothing, nothing else seems out of the ordinary.
Wait, you know as well as I that anything can happen if he's involved.
You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, can you?
No, I don't think that.
Just before he entered here, he gave me an
autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Before we examine these two, since it appears... Oh, can I? Maybe I can't examine the spear. No, the spear cannot be examined. Before I examine the cart, I'm just going to go back. Because I didn't realize I could look at all of them. This one should be nothing. These... the same thing, but like...
This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it. I wonder if he's just a grumpy sort. Although that wouldn't do much for tourism. Hey, he smiled a little just now.
I wonder if he recalled something funny.
Well, even if he did, he still has that hard glare in his eyes.
It would appear that he was born with stern-looking eyes.
Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say.
5:21 p.m.
That's just after the end of the Steel Samurai stage show.
Correct.
You were still inside the theater itself at around this time. All because Mr. Edgeworth wouldn't get out of his seat.
I wanted to show the actors my appreciation for a bit and soak in the atmosphere.
Yeah, with your eyes closed and a complete lack of motion except for some breathing.
I was meditating. This is slightly different dialogue, but it's about the same thing. 5:22. What do they say about the posters at 5:22?
Posters of this country's tourist spots, though most are of Gatewater lands.
I wonder if Alabastians are like theme parks at all. The guy said he was going to get around a number of times. Weird that they wrote 3 versions of this.
The more the guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted to get in. It's human nature. And I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end. This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making the exact same scary face that he was making a minute ago. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears that he gets flustered around the ambassador. I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabast, too.
You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. 5:22 p.m. Around this time, the stage show had come to an end, and Ambassador Alba was making his way back to his office.
And then later he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office, and then he was going to give a speech in the Rose Garden. Being an ambassador sounds like a busy job. It's like someone's always stealing your time away.
Yes, I'd imagine it's something like that. But despite how busy he was, he still managed to find the time to kill Mr. Cochin and move his body somehow from the Theatrum Neutralis. Oh my god. I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself.
He had to be fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Cadopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why.
It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we cannot let the man he is now escape justice. Alright, the body's in the cart. Doesn't something about this lumped shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there is clearly something odd about the bulge. Larry has an erection!
What's odd about that?
True. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. Steel Samurai pushed this to Alabast from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural.
I hope it shows up something good.
Philly.
There wasn't a single sign of suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found at Babal?
It would appear the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Oh, thank God we're healed up. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Would you like to see my arcade machine collection? I am very, very good at Battletoads. In fact, this medal here is actually from a tournament. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done. And it's game over.
No.
Objection! Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth. And you know it.
Hold it! Please. May I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Paleno!
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well. If you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Paleno,
Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch, after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Ha! I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Ambassador Alibi's Alba.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is my alibi. Are you deaf? That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
It'd be easy enough for Sheena to deliver the body to the office, right? I said, hold it! Are you deaf?
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose.
Of course. That is something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad, their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay?
We will. I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here.
Hold it!
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship, don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primiduck statue.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now, let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
Hold it!
Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion.
Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in leagues with Mr. Cochin.
I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin.
You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right?
Correct, but I know more than just that. Ms. Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct?
Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible.
It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
Then that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin.
What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there?
Ah, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time.
What exactly did you do while you were in Alabasta?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying that it was the Master Seconds that made the first move?
Yes. And it was after I attacked him that I hit him on the head with the Primidoc statue. Sorry, it was after I was attacked. Unfortunately, he died from the blow. But it was an act of justified self-defense.
Objection!
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I am terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Objection!
Man is evil. And I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal, while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
Hold it!
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. And you are correct.
Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me...
The only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you cannot crush my alibi.
It would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father, where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is that we don't know what their relationship was exactly.
Indeed. If they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Cochin hired Damask, right? What else have we got? This just points to Coach and not to Alba. I think this is the closest we have.
Objection!
Good. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil. And because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Primadux statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, you only get one question.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out. And something to which I have no relation to.
Aha! Now he's even turning down a request for Ambassador Paleno. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno.
We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it! Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No. Why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Byrne Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key.
Yes. This organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Ms. Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea who and what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
This you woman seems like quite the piece of work.
No, not Ms. You, as in Y-O-U. We're not doing this joke with the main villain. This is serious time now.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there? That's...
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into the embassy.
What?
These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point!
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu! Ever the thorn in my side!
Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
It was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces. I'd say keepsakes of your father. It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Okay.
When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me!
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
All right, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you will not stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me to go to waste. Alba's Alibi, Part 2.
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabast the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. Oh, you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old fuck.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case.
In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood?
Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case there is only one statement to which I need to present evidence. Yeah, but I have save states, so I could just press these and then just reload the save state if I die. Let's see what happens if we get ourselves killed here. It might be fun. We got save states here, right? We can just reload them.
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Hold it!
You met with the victim here?
I was watching the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Cochin, who was sitting nearby.
I've been meaning to ask, why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event?
I like Steel Samurai Daddy, so I asked for him to be at the event.
I see. So it was by Ambassador Alba's request.
Now then, will that be all?
But no, wait! I'm not finished yet!
Objection!
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions.
Ah! Time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away.
After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier.
Do you have anyone who can testify that you have never left Alabast after that?
Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I?
I guess he's not lying about being in Alabast the whole time.
Yes, as long as he is willing to admit to Damask II's murder, then I suppose so.
But he keeps saying that it was justified self-defense. Oh, I get it! So what if I were to pretend being all hollow and sunken, and then I run into a klutzy person? Could I call that self-defense?
That's not self-defense, that's just being careless.
Well, you never know until you try.
I suggest that you don't, especially since you've given me a statement of intent.
Now then, will that be all?
Objection!
We're going to repeat the fuck you take damage exchange at the end of each and every one of them without any difference. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that.
Hold it!
So you never saw Mr. Cochin again after you left this theater?
That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Cochin ran into Ambassador Paleno.
Even now you would push his murder onto someone else! How dare you? Saying that I would kill Manny.
Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures.
I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this is turning into an international incident.
Who exactly is pressing who? In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on.
Objection!
So you see there is no time span in which I could have killed him.
Hold it!
Wouldn't you agree?
Your alibi is that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Cochin.
Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience?
I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage.
You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings.
Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai.
It looks like you are finally beginning to understand.
Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything.
So if the only place he met the victim was at the theater, then when was he killed?
We know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here.
And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start?
Well, we had just enough to not die. What happens if we throw our attorney badge? Well, what is the game over?
Miles Edgeworth, you can't chase him down with that kind of evidence.
Yes, I know.
Now then, I believe I must end the game here. You've had enough fun, haven't you?
Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, he's gonna get away.
I've already confessed. What else do you want from me?
No, I have yet to obtain the truth behind tonight's events.
Do you think I really care about this truth you seek? Now, since I have admitted to my crime, I will need to pay the airport a visit. So if you would be so kind as to move out of my way.
Is there no way to stop this man?
I don't believe we'll be meeting again. However, I will pray for your success.
We're not through here yet! Is it really game over? Thus the truth was lost for all eternity. I don't think I've ever done... It literally menu boots you. Holy shit. Wow. That's weird. Let's go back in time now. Alright, so... The last time I met with Mr. Kochan was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. So... The security footage shows him going back into Alabast after that. Yeah. We've got the unnatural bulge, which is almost certainly the dead body. The photo is of Alba and Polino, taken at the theater. So what we're trying to point out is that he could have killed him in the theater. So, are we trying to say that because he had a knife with him, he could have done the murder? Meaning present this here? I don't know if this is true, but we got the save states anyway.
Objection!
Ah, there we go. I'd like you to take a look at this picture.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again?
This is the knife that killed Mr. Kochan. Ah. I see you recognize it as well you should, for it was you who brought it to the theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Kochan, here, at the theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet!
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. I'd completely forgotten. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that is exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you all farewell.
The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Knuckle back!
Agent Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Huh?
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I am through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. No. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but I got a few more quarters. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, Your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
Yeah, that line doesn't hit quite as hard when you're not shooting the guy in the head, Lang.
What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. But I was slowly speaking.
Lang Zi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Really? That's the best I could do. Interpol headquarters and the imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast.
Well, Shifu, your scroll-handing secretary has unfortunately been arrested for murder and espionage, so you gotta work off of your brain here.
Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The imperial household? You... What have you done?
You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. Bang.
What?
What?
Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
Video of the Yatagarasu protected?
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Zi. Or Lang Zi, that's what I usually say. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
Can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked.
And so has your spine. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. I mean slouching.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the
And I
loss.
feel heavy metal. Oh, sorry.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? I saw you standing up. We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
No. I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us?
So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm not the protagonist.
Understood, Dick.
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it. Right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over here? There. Everywhere? Preposterous.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. ex-Ambassador Alba. Are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war! Alba's Alba Part 3.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, put this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness.
Yes, just another witness. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
Alba's alibi. I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet.
That's right. As I explained earlier, the commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
You have no proof that this bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right?
Excuse me?
The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take.
I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary.
You're an even bigger slimeball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates.
In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
You still wish to deny your actions.
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I.
Wait! For the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Quite the pair of frightening women you are, but I digress. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Even if he was found in Babal, he was killed somewhere else.
Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room.
Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way. With evidence.
I was just joking. I'm not actually a wolf. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him.
Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident.
If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well. There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then moved the body.
It's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy. The guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage.
Wait. Let me think about that for a second. Mr. Albus said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Albus' movements, we should find some hint to solving this case.
Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabast, right?
From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy. He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theatre either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first? Pushcart, 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 pushcart.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theatre. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you for getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching our every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. Dead Mr. Cochin, I think.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However,
if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
hold it! Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir. I actually arrived 15 minutes ago, but I was waiting in the next room for a dramatically appropriate time to run in with it. I found it in the open-air stage area.
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Gee!
It's blood.
This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theatre and then placed his body inside the pushcart? And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
Miles Hedgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means...
There's no questions that can't be answered, right?
the Primadox statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. Movements in Alabast.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai. Shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yata-Garasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damask II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things. And again, I do so hate to waste time.
What?
Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find this single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like.
I don't know that we did one.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands.
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip? I suppose none of you could really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. No! Temp 7 worked. Normally it's attempt 8.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in the office preparing for my speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yata-Garasu appeared.
That Yata-Garasu was just a trick that you had set up.
Ha ha ha! A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up?
Well, if you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yata-Garasu's shadow.
Oh, that is an interesting take. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
You! What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything?
Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the Yata-Garasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well... I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to the office.
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however... Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damask II.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primadox statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Miss Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now.
I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal?
Sir.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end?
Hold it! It appears that we made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
I like how he's just holding the baby by his head.
Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai? No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Oldie Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo! No!
Two people that I wanted to see the least. I would rather see Dahlia Hawthorne and Manfred von Karma. Harry, what are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai dick.
Go away!
How could you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infants.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it
Not that far back! Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal? And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I lost him in the Rose Garden, but I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in...
Hold it! That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took from Alabasta to Babal is symmetry. Oh, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry. Meaning that this is where we need to examine. Here.
Take that!
Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait.
This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of one another, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Barbalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof, if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Barbalese one. Does that mean that the reason why Cochin's body is dry is because of the fire, maybe? I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
What? This blasted doll!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey, well, tell me, you guys figured everything out without me? We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through the Babal. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but...
He has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here has brain. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
You see, Mr. Prosecutor? Our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing. Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean Sheena, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through this connecting pipe.
Looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because, from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal?
If only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water? Ah! That's it!
Now, I believe this time we really are done, right?
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me.
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Dance into the fire. Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
Holy shit, he's a gamer.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast!
Oh yeah! We canonically had this fire like 2 hours ago. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured you're smarter than that. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. Like the mind of a 14-year-old who has discovered the internet. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
Of course you would say that. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the wall, there was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh? I mean, of course I know that, but please, you got an answer already. Just, what are you waiting for? Enlighten the others already.
The way in which Ms. Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. It's like a Zelda puzzle. This was used so that the body and Ms. Sheena could move up and down the pool. Fountain spouts? Auto refills the water when the water level is too low.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a matter of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Ms. Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side, the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance, in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it, along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body, into the pool. At this time, Ms. Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Baba. She then made for the open-air stages pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. Like a trolley problem. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Baba. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level along with Ms. Sheena and the body. After that, Ms. Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage. What was? This? Found at the open-air stage. It also looks like a guitar pick. It's wet for some reason.
Take that!
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babalese side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it, after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill you in on what I found at this stage actually belongs... Fuck, it's the missing... Isn't it? It's from the night.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. See, I thought it was like that Jammin' Ninja guitar thing, and so it was in the pushcart because the samurai and ninja gear was in the pushcart. Anyway, however, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot.
It's a perfect fit!
I assumed that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babalese side of the embassy? Let's ignore the fact that it was already missing the piece in the photo, even though the idea of it falling off during the water transit means it would have had to have been lost after the photo. Let's just go with it, okay? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as the petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babal.
Impossible!
The people of Shengfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we are here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy's gonna ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Da 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 da. Right. I should go eat some food, but when we come back, we'll do the final chapter of the game. We'll probably go an extra hour, like a weekend stream, to sort that out, but I reckon 2 hours is probably enough. We hope. Yeah, I will return. Let me advance past the title card just so we get music, though. March 15, 3:33 a.m., Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Never mind, there's no music in the first line. Well, have a fun little silent break then. Be back. So I guess the good news is that we did reconnect and nothing was interrupted. Interestingly, I don't think I'd get interrupted in this game because, possibly because I'm not full screen. Like, when I'm playing a game that requires an internet connection, I know straight away, right? Because the game will stop working. But when it's Baldur's Gate, for example, I don't really get any indicator. Thankfully, it hasn't happened much in Baldur's Gate, or at least I don't notice that it has. But with this one, my, like, notification tray thing gives me an OBS Studio notification saying, hey, disconnected. It's done that twice. So, I don't know, maybe it just it's programmed not to do that when I have a full screen application going, but certainly when I have a little emulator running, it works. Anyway, we're going to resume here. We got the last section of the game. Hopefully done in the next 2 hours. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there is anything else for me to testify about.
I have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. The Steel Samurai show.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I?
You're not the one who was cool! It's the Steel Samurai who was cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is this super cute girl?
She's underage, Larry. She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday. She's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never.
How old is Larry at this point? 25.
Yeah, so, Kay, I'm Larry Silence in the Peanuts Gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that?
I know. This is the end. For that man there.
Yeah, trust me, like, this is totally going to be the last time you'll ever be debating this guy immediately after the to be continued screen, and immediately after you wipe his face with your evidence one more time, you know, the game is gonna end, right? Right? Trust me. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, as a sweet character moment, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. We will continue to yeet evidence at this old man until we win or the brain damage does. The Steel Samurai Show.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience.
Hold it!
The last row? I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai Show as well, so I gave up all of the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him.
Hey! The Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here.
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my! But aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy-Poo, so you could spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen.
In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, you actually proved to us that you were watching the show.
I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Do. Ah. Ah.
We okay? Eyes.
Have you not noticed by now that every time in my entire streaming history that I sneeze, I follow it up by both muting and BRB screening? I do not blow my nose on camera.
Well, I actually had the screen share right in front of the stream window, and all I saw was that Discord was like, you know, doing some sort of a flashing, so I thought you disconnected for a second.
Ah. No, I was just going under my usual procedure.
Sure.
I swear I was there
That's
in the
on me.
audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Hold it!
Are you admitting, then, that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Objection!
Quiet!
You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience, I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you?
Yeah, what we need to prove is that he's going to be going off the set as it was laid down, because it wasn't there. But Larry had to change the finisher because he broke the spear.
Hold it!
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice!
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
I wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene at today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jam. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How could you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes. And today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
One of the scenes was of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Hold it!
Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today.
Because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi.
How sad. The only way he's got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left.
Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him.
Yeah! We'll find a way to bring him to justice.
Now then.
Very well. The Steel Samurai's special move, the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Hold it!
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed.
You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember the line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all.
Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show.
He's got nothing on the Jammin' Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Wasn't my brand new special finishing move totally rad?
No, don't tell me. It was you who thought up the special move?
Yep. Now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. Was that it? No, wait, it was double breaking chop. It doesn't sound quite right either.
How could you forget a move you came up with? The final piece to Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Kochin, he should not have had the time to do so. One of the scenes of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab.
Objection!
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient devastation. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear. What about it?
The spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me.
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness.
Eh?
Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash!
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba! You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
Aha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight...
So it opens up the possibilities that he was busy killing Mr. Kochin instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer. Now. Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show. Or most of it, in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
Ah, you see. During the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Just because he got the name of the move wrong, we can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan? For someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever.
Gatekeeping, are we?
Who said that just now? What are you doing interrupting me like that? Hey, Gee! Just hold for a second, I beg! You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What exactly is a Steel Almanac, pal? I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah! And trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai! I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else.
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Wait, it was a secret?
Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spears, so I guess the whole thing was kind of moot. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. So basically, because we changed the move to the Sushi Slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
Right, but if it was written on a whiteboard, then he could have read it. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold those lips of yours still!
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time. Much like a kid's show.
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? I am an expert bully. I have been playing Bully since 2004 when Rockstar released it for the PlayStation 2.
I think Bully was from 2006, but I like the idea that he got it wrong.
I was about to correct you. Ha! Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba. Bully was released in 2006.
Damn it.
You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jam. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at? Besides, it's not my fault if the Republic of Jengfa gets its video games on a slower rate. Here in Codopia, we successfully negotiated to be allowed access to Rockstar's latest and greatest 2 years before everyone else. We've even gotten our hands on GTA 6. So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move.
Let's say it together. 1, 2, 3. You thought it up! Oh.
Although, it would be very funny if that was the... You're the director of the Samurai Show! No, let's do it, actually. This will be funny. I have the health and the save states. You knew the name because you thought it up. Therefore, it's only natural that you knew. You are the one who created the name of that move.
Mr. Edgeworth, somehow I don't think that's it.
Let's just leave it at that, since it clears everything up for me nice and neatly.
Hey! That was exactly my thought as well, but I didn't say it out loud.
Not much, actually.
Will you please take this seriously?
Ah! I guess I made a mistake. Yeah, the problem here is that Edgeworth doesn't really make sense for the silly mistakes the way Phoenix does. Like, Phoenix's silly mistakes are in character, and then he gets his shit together. But when Edgeworth makes a silly mistake, it's like bullshit he would have said that.
I don't know. It would have fit the Ace Attorney 1 Edgeworth. Like, the early cases where he's like, you know, objection. That was objectionable.
Yeah, back when he was supposed to lose. You saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it, just like Frank saw it. On the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder. The, body pushing card.
Take that!
Oh. The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant, in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
It's also very convenient that the first image that you show about the dressing room was just like, it was like Larry's painted picture. Like, he painted a picture in your imagination, I presume. And, you know, oh look, the pushcart is conveniently in that picture. Like, what that picture was just an imaginary picture. We have no real reason to assume that the card was actually there.
It's helpful, isn't it?
Oh, but wait! What if, and this is just a what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Why did you bring that up, Kay? Now we have to go into another rebuttal? Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb.
But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart.
Correct, and it is because of this setup of the theatre's dressing room that it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why.
I needed to use the bathroom.
Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Not so fast.
What? Why did you steal Agent Lang's line, sir?
Why don't we say I smuggled it? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain. What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom well. I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. That's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk! Still trying to get out of this?
Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him?
I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
This game has dragged on for long enough. We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm just saying that the Nintendo DS cartridges don't have enough memory for that many more scenes. It's just that we already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. The animators never even designed that room to begin with.
And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me. Because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers!
First Larry and now you!
What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up! Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing? From you? Is it laryngitis?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this?
It's...
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes. Oh, Edgy Poo, here, go on and eat one and you'll feel as right as rain.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you one thing. A long time ago they used to say that I can make the most delicious meal of any ingredient. Mr. Edgeworth! Can you shut her up?
There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before.
The fuck is a Hinomaru? I thought we were in America.
However, there it is. The red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a rising sun dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this rising sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction.
A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all.
I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed.
It's
Damn, this is going to be a hard one.
logic.
Man, I don't know how you're going to do this one.
I mean, it's possible to get it wrong. Boxes of samurai dogs were sitting in the pushcart. The killer placed Cochin's body into the pushcart in the dressing room. Taken from the dressing room.
They should have clearly made this more American, and instead of just having like the one drop of blood to create the Japanese flag, they should have had like, you know, seven stripes of blood.
Perfectly filling in the red of the white and blue. Boxes of dogs were in the push cart, and so was the body. Yeah, it'd have to be the Steel Cowboy. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body. Can you imagine if the original localization of Ace Attorney 1 had decided to turn the Steel Samurai into the Steel Cowboy and, like, went full on in, like, replacing all of the iconography, like, getting a completely different...
A proper 4Kids reimagination.
Yeah. And, like, instead of the... Like they changed the soundtrack. Instead of da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, they'd, like, get something similar to the Jake Marshall theme. Like, do-do-do-do-do. The Cobalt Cowboy. Yeah.
I don't know, like, I think one part that is funny about, like, how they kept the Steel Samurai is that the whole salmonella, it just, like, it fits his looks to be a massive weeaboo. Like, it just, salmonella just wouldn't be a good designer for the Cobalt Cowboy.
What would the evil magistrate be in a Western theme? Like, it'd be the evil land developer or some shit.
Wouldn't it be just like some parody of Billy the Kid?
Oh, the cowboy wouldn't be a sheriff per se. But anyway, the killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. They had to let slip the dogs of war. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Yeah, this is just Red Dead Redemption with, like, more melodrama. Samurai dogs were removed. Rising Sun.
This is a hard one.
Yeah. Is it these two, or is it these two?
You did it in the wrong order.
That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing the dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be... Ketchup? Wendy Oldbag! I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy Poo!
Mr. Edgeworth? Did you hit your head or something? Or have you gotten really desperate?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here. That's the name of the treasure. And it is what will put you away for good. Ha!
You're bluffing.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor, didn't I start calling you Edgeworth already? Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs. We need to go after this guy's jugular.
Yeah,
So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs with a droplet of raspberry jam is going to put the old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. This part is just the same as the rest of the boxes, but there is one spot in particular on this box that seems off. What exactly is it?
Do the rest of the boxes have the circle within the fan? The black outline?
Yeah,
of
the
circle?
blood fell really, really, really well. This box of samurai dogs with a rising sun fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It is a single drop of blood.
Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you! Join the Navy! Get this down to the lab pronto!
Shifu? Ms. Yu's no longer working for you, sir. She's in prison now.
Fuck!
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So, to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in.
I know it's because he was, like, sent through the water tunnel from one embassy to another, but, like, that icon show up of the infant doll, it just really looks like the doll has wet itself. Am I wrong?
No.
I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
We were like...
You deduced that logic like an hour ago.
Yeah. We were about 0.3 of a second away from me interpreting that Lang name card as Larry and just starting in with,
Ah, I see!
exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Ms. Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to him, huh? Looks like Ms. Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that! I didn't steal. I received it from myself.
Miss Wendy Oldbag, she insists upon herself.
I'm actually curious. Is the samurai dog also a localization change? Is it actually some other Japanese food instead of dogs in the Japanese version? Because like, why are the dogs in a chocolate box? That's been confusing me all this time.
Yeah! I don't know.
Quercus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest. However,
How can he be so self-confident in a Kobayashi Maru situation for him like this?
because I cheat, bitch.
Apparently in Japanese, according to Guan, they were samurai buns.
Of course they were.
Shut up and enjoy your hot dogs.
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits quite yet, huh?
To call it quits yet, huh? I'm seeing Phantom quite screwing around. The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs.
Report! What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it! With this, Quercus Alba.
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before. Or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's up to the justice system to decide.
He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
Then, this evidence is meaningless.
That can't be. We were so close, sir.
I'm gonna smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Ah! I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I will be on my... What the fuck?
Who was that?
It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, pal.
And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either.
It was me! Why did you... You don't even have a name! Because I haven't finished reporting everything for you yet, sir. There's more?
What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yeah, hurry up. That's why I took 10 seconds to start talking. Yes, sir! That blood I mentioned, it's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No.
What?
What do you mean it's not the same time? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell else has been bleeding this game? Or this case?
I don't know, Mr. Got a hole in your leg, sir! All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
Bye. What an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, alright. Namely, my words.
Which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
What a horny dog that would be.
I guess that's possible.
Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a horny loser?
Ah, who let Master Roshi near the samurai dogs?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Quercus Alba! You bastard!
Silence!
Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Alba! You don't like the word bastard, huh? Well, I'm gonna just say it a bunch of times to see if I care. Bastard, 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 bastard. It means a child of an unmarried couple. It doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes.
My parents had a long and happy marriage, and they never had a single argument. Fuck you! Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Mutt! That's equally as bad as to me as bastard is to you!
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Swap insults with each other? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into a situation like this. What would that asshole do? What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way... If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Oh yes. Freedom, like what the raven feels, as it flies through the dark night sky. You cannot lay a finger on me, not now or ever. Would that the opposite were true. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Quercus alba! Your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who was trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ha! Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor. Here to speak in English in California. What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that he's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. And I believe you are already aware of what I mean.
Then why didn't we test this blood for more than just one person? Do you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Manny Coach. Me.
Larry Butts.
Take that!
I was trying to work out why Alba's profile picture looks so much... it just doesn't look like him at all, right? Like, it's just... It doesn't look like him from this distance. Looks a bit more like him
It's the
here.
nose.
But even still, it doesn't look right. Yeah, it's because the nose, when it's
too
flat
normal.
to the camera, the nose length is completely missing. And so... he just looks like a completely different man.
the blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba.
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only 2 people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim...
Then there is only one other person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Didn't we just have a case like this before?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? It's him showing off his shoulder, isn't it?
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Damask II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way
Hey,
after
you
he
called
was...
him by his real name. Not Masked Man like last time.
Shut up, I'm being backed against the wall here.
And that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
That's the best you could come up with, not a blood test?
You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you would miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you propose that such a weapon came from.
This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So, if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. A weapon carefully concealed. An item with layer
so
upon
immediately
layer of
obvious.
mystique and obfuscation.
Sorry. I wonder how obvious this answer would be if the key wasn't in the first page of the evidence list.
It's also the fact that it's configured into knife mode.
Yeah.
Like if it was
Like, it is-
configured into key mode and then you had "it is also a knife" as the reminder, then it might work better.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. That key!
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, you could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back into Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe there was a document about Codopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba?
Can't we just use luminol on the knife? See if it had blood?
Emma Skye isn't here. She's the only person with access to luminol in the entire country. And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down.
Swine! All of you! Especially Manny Cochin! This is all because of that man's betrayal.
He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserves to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's guard, and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu, but I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors!
Also a fan of Scooby-Doo, then, are you? Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's Alabasts. Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
It's
Think he died of old age, pal.
March 17, 11:21 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
Hey, we're reusing assets.
Whew, this is it! The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
Next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant, and even Mr. Portsman, were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of them. All of the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant, and Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Ugh, High-Fly Airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Detective?
Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrests of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG-8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG incident was Macrel. Those two facts are the unmistakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? You know, come to think of it,
those smugglers probably would have gotten away with all their smuggling if they just had have managed to avoid murdering people at every turn. I mean, really, the only reason we were even looking at them in the first place is because of this horrible trail of murders that just would not stop happening. Like every single key member of the ring that we've got locked up right now awaiting trial, they all did murders. If they hadn't have done all those murders, probably wouldn't have caught him. Probably wouldn't even been there. So the moral of the story is, other crimes, do as many of those as you like, but don't kill anybody in the middle of them. That's how you get away with it.
CCU indeed, man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Poleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you hold them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Poleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia.
Francisco? No, it'll be Francisco, I guess. But what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that...
Oh no, it's Kay.
Is she speaking as Edgeworth, I guess?
No, but what a pity. You don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said! So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have him, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Hey! You gotta be more alert than that. Ah! I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Mostly because the same guy's doing every character in this goddamn show except for Lang.
Speaking of, Lang Zi says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Holy shit, I get a poetic line for once.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I've set foot in a courthouse. It's so fucking bright in here, I needed sunglasses. But I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that, and I really needed to do this flashy move one more time. Well, I wanted to see you in action, for some reason.
Is that so, Agent Lang? I don't think she's going to win her case.
We flushed out all of the counterfeit bills, so Shangfa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say, thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alva's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
Don't forget the part where I took a bullet for Kay. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong, I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that.
Say it proud, Lang!
I've already made up my mind. Don't confuse me with your facts and logic. I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about the change, you got that? You'd think I'd really like you prosecutors who always cheat your way to victory. But no, for some reason I'm still against all of you guys who are trying to cheat your way to victory.
Yeah, the Lang conundrum is that he occupies the Edgeworth role in the Edgeworth games. I see. Well, I think that's total bullshit, but I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah. And if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want, because I'm going to retire. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
All right. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Oh yeah, that was a canonical thing from some Japanese manual comic book or something. It's Gumshoe who actually throws all the confetti all in the first 3 games. You know, even when Edgeworth is the one losing. He prepares it in his dingy apartment, cutting it up, and then he just throws it for Phoenix, even though they're mortal enemies or something.
And then he has to clean it up.
Yeah.
He probably reuses it because he can't afford more.
Yeah. Hope you've got enough, because I'm going to call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this really long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the text going away before I can finish the sentence. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are, and that is because...
Mr. Edgeworth, nobody's here. Who are you talking to?
Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising.
Damn, it couldn't even fit a classic courtroom scene onto the DS cartridge.
That thing's working overtime with the length of this game.
I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of iFly jumbo jets. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet.
Yeah? Did you know how to design the engines? Because otherwise I don't think they'll be flying many places.
Edgeworth! Ah, the rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But, more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. The Primidox statue of the Principality of Godopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Paleno was most generous.
That'd be the fake. I'm surprised she wasn't in the epilogue, scene before.
We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Albus' teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything so close. I received another offer from Interpol to work on another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cotopian court surveys. Cotopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there.
This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir! I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped.
But I hadn't noticed that I dropped my police badge too! I guess what really broke the camel's back was when I drove my car into the sea. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir! I think I'm gonna go to Jamrock and retire.
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Oh well, I guess I'll get a bigger role in Apollo Justice. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically.
You'd think that studying your local laws would be much more efficient in a local university.
Ah, well. Oh, God.
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was left off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon. But that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Oh, stop it, Lauren! When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
It appears there are all sorts of drama that take place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard of a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
I forgot Maggie Bird was in this game.
So did everyone else.
I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah. Because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun.
Imagine if you could just walk into the job or shoot yourself out of the job cannon and land yourself a new job in a completely new industry.
Why not come to Codobia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. And then we had a few problems with the fire marshals. But the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction.
Is that everybody? God, I hope.
Nope.
I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan.
But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu.
We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're gonna sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot. Or at all, really, but... so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all, recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. I don't know why we're not allowed to say his name in this game.
of the scene of bad you chose?
Today I gave testimony in court today, as a member of the Yatagarasu.
Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed. Over who should be the next big boss.
What the fuck you staring at me like that?
Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Lang Zi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder?
No, Callisto Youth is gone.
I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Blissful ignorance is better at my age.
Get ready. You'll have one more.
I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's all right, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien, and then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the Pink Princess, a great hero of justice. But ever since I was a young maiden, like I was on his head in my head, wearing my own costume or something, but even that sounded like a terrible idea.
I hate her. Where the fuck do we have to... Oh, there we go. March 17, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices. Room 1202.
Woo! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, and nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. It's the source of his power. That's why he kept making dumb mistakes in this game.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations. Of course, he immediately ratted on all of his fucking subordinates. To clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lang.
Because we can't bother making a game out of that. Or a case.
What are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my dad, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know! Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Whew, what a relief. Okay,
Yeah?
even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
I was thinking of being a shitty one, actually. Of course, but I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
Yeah, I just need a lawyer and a detective. A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
Oh, never mind then.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't even needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger, we still got a sequel, you know.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you could come in through the front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here!
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, what are you... Stop that! I can't be seen doing that!
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese!
And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is a little time to rest and relax, where I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is
Capcom wanting to release a sequel.
my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
All that mumbo jumbo and they still didn't release the English version.
And that is Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, which means the next time we come back to Ace Attorney, we will be playing what I assert is the best title in the series, and I look forward to seeing whether those of you unfamiliar with it agree with me by the end. That said, we're not going to go straight into it next week. Game like this, I do need to take a month or 2 months off before I do another one. But when we come back, Stip will be settled from your moving, and I think Lang shows up in Investigations too, but we'll see. We'll see what else you end up doing for me. I'll need to refamiliarize myself with the cast of characters because it has, much as it was with this one, been quite a while. But yes, the fan localization of that game is absolutely seamless. It does not feel like a fan product at all, and I look forward to showing that off in a little while. But yeah, that was Investigations 1. I will happily concede it doesn't have the strengths of the trilogy, but like the better cases in this game are still better than the worst cases in the trilogy. Like everything here is better than Turnabout Big Top. No offense to Mo the Clown fans in the room. Ablaze does drag on a bit with Quercus Alba, but I do like Quercus Alba as a character. I think Callisto U is fantastic. The way they sort of layer in, have you meet Shinar, then meet you, and then in Case 5, when Shinar shows up again, you're like, oh! It just takes a while to get going, I think. I think the first couple cases in Investigations are kind of dull. But then once it gets there, it gets there. Anyway. Tomorrow, I'm going to play Hitman. I was going to start something new, maybe Sea of Thieves, but yeah, like I said, they brought back Hitman Elusive Targets, and I realized, ooh, I'm kind of rusty. So I need to do some practicing, so we're going to go back into Freelancer. I don't know how long for, but like, ostensibly, I'm just going to do a campaign, because that way I'll be playing it weekly anyway for the targets. And they are bringing back the Sean Bean Elusive Target that I've never played, so that's late March, so we'll definitely stream that when it arrives. But yeah, so that's tomorrow. Sunday, though, will be Baldur's Gate, just as a one-off to make up for the fact that we didn't play it today when we normally would have. That said, the timing of those streams, to be determined. I may or may not be seeing Mew tomorrow, so it might be a shorter stream or a longer one. And then Sunday, I might just do 4 hours only because I did extra today. But anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow for that. Fare thee well.